Oh, hey, look at that. Now you should be able to hear me. Whew. Man, you guys missed that entire monologue I was given about, okay, alright, well, to summarize the weird dance routine you guys saw earlier, I was wearing my black jeans because I just came from my parents' house for dinner, and the thought of being stuck on stream for 6 hours wearing black pants and not that much breathable, it sounded miserable, so I had to change into my sweatpants, so now I got my fat man pants on. We're good to go. Let's get right into it. I've been working on the G502X super light mod for quite a bit off stream, and we've made quite a bit of progress. I want to run you through what we've done though, because there is a lot going on here. I want to get to where it kind of starts when I make these. A little further, a little further. Okay, so first I've got this. This is kind of a mock-up of the G502 grip pattern. So you kind of hold it like this. So this is basically just the part that wraps around the outside of the mouse if this division line weren't here. And so my original attempts had me trying to make this all in one go, but I had a lot of issues getting that to work. So I pivoted a little bit, but I want to show you why that didn't work. If you look at the bottom of this piece here, you see that you get a really inconsistent depth for how thick the walls are. And it doesn't look good. It's not the most efficient use of material. So I realized that I could do this a lot more efficiently if I used surfaces instead. So this is the first attempt. This was trying to make everything as a solid body. And so I've got a few sketches going down the row of different cross sections of the mouse. And then the idea was just loop these all around, make a shell that way. Okay, not a good way to do it. And see, that is not actually there. Yeah, so all these lofts were an attempt to do that, and it just did not work out. I think I can, let's see. I think I can clean all these up because I don't think these are needed for anything. Let's try deleting them all and see what happens. Well, kind of broke something. Excuse you. That was weird. My I have my protein shake here next to me, and it did some weird stuff just then. Yeah, but I don't think. Okay, let's undo that. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think these are. I don't think any of these are doing anything now. What are you? Where do you split to? What do you do? Huh. Yeah, I want to clean this up a little bit. It's going to drive me nuts if I have all this stuff in here that isn't actually contributing to the design. So let's see. From here down to, I know it's one of these. I think it's the split 9. I think I can come all the way down to here. Let's get rid of all of that. And let's get rid of that too, because it's not doing anything anymore. All right, so now I've cleaned out all the stuff that wasn't actually contributing to the design. And so the way that actually worked was to make, they're called surfaces. It's basically, if you don't give it a thickness, it is just a surface. Most of geometric modeling that you would do in Blender is technically what surface modeling is, but the way that parametric software handles it is done a little differently. So let's come down to Sketch 53. This is the first one that I set up to kind of build the geometry that we're seeing here. Let's hide these guys. Let's do it this way. Where'd it go? Sketch 53. There we go. All right, so when you guys last saw this, this is pretty close to what we had. So the first step was to create a side profile. That's what this sketch is. And then based off of that side profile, we can then start doing some other sketches. So on the front plane, we create this sketch, which if you look at the front of the G502 here, you'll see that the paddle for your index finger is concave, while the paddle for your middle finger is convex. So the same thing is happening here. Concave index finger, convex middle finger. And we need to create a couple of these sketches that we have geometry to pull between. So if we come down to about here, we can see all the sketches that I created to create the geometry. All right. So now the next step then is to do a loft between them. And that creates this, which is most of the geometry. And if we go into this feature, we can get a look at what's going on. Basically, we're just taking the the 4 profiles we made before, and we're just doing a loft, which loft means that you take profile 1, profile 2, draw the stuff behind them or between them to connect all the points, and this is what you get. And based off of the conditions that I've given it, it creates this nice smooth contour, so you get a pretty continuous shape. Lofts in every software that I've used so far, when you're trying to do something that comes to a point like this backside does here, it gets a little tricky. It doesn't like to do that. And from my understanding, the reason why it doesn't like to do that is you get a lot of points that are collecting here, and then you're trying to combine them all into one point, and it just doesn't like that a whole lot. So doing the whole shell in one loft wasn't working out. That's why we have the second loft, which just finishes off that cap. Now, if you're really picky and you look at it, there is technically a little bit of a ridge here, and on the printed model you can feel it and you can see it, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, because if we look at the G502, you get a lot more lines that break up the geometry, so I don't think that this is actually going to be that noticeable. But after we have a loft that represents the outer skin of the shape we're trying to make, and keep in mind this does not have that wing on the side yet, that's going to be added later. But once we have the basic shape, then we can thicken it, which just takes your surface model and adds material to it. So now it is 1 millimeter thick in every cross section. And so this is a much more efficient way of using your material. It's going to give you consistent properties all throughout the product, and it's just a much better way of getting essentially the same result. Remember, this one had a bunch of inconsistencies, and It has lots of other issues too. But now we have this guy. And this is the skin of our mouse. So I can hold this in my hand and you can see it fits pretty well. It is slightly bigger than the original by like 1 or 2 millimeters. It's really not a huge noticeable difference, but doing it that way means that it fills out. I find with the G502 that this part of my hand gets a little crampy as it's holding on to not really anything. So I just wanted to make this part a little bit wider so that it would fill the hand a little more. I think I achieved that. And once this is weighed down with all the other components, I think it'll feel really nice. But this is what you see on screen. This is that skin that we spent all that time with lofts trying to get. And I am very proud of this. This is a really good start, because what this allows us to do is then we start to do some more surgery on it. We do another thicken so that we have essentially an inner and an outer shell. The reason I'm doing this is I want to preserve the essence of the G502X, and it has this kind of dual layer look to it because it has the diffuser layer underneath the white shell, or black is the other color it comes in, right? In order to be able to keep that aesthetic, I need something else to hold the mouse together if I start cutting away at the blue section here. And our next step does just that. Take a look at this left side and the left side of the mouse. You can see that the material that the wing is made out of doesn't extend past the button where your thumb would be pressing. It would be right there, right? And so with that gone, or with that in mind, and trying to keep this as lightweight as possible, I actually want the thumb material to cut off completely there. So this sketch follows this contour line that you see on the side, and then it takes a sharp cut down just past the tip of the thumb. This next sketch, sketch 59, builds on that by giving us directions to do our extrusion. So these are basically construction lines that I'll use for the next operation. If we then look at this extrude, and let's see, what are you? Oh, it's under surfaces, of course. So then we extrude the surface, and the direction for this was set by this line in sketch 59. The reason we did that is if we look at the top view, you should be able to tell that this is not going straight across, it's going at an angle. And the way that you can set that up is by telling it a direction to do the extrusion. So if we click into edit, we can see that we've highlighted this line here as our direction, and that gives us the ability to do a skewed extrusion that gives us the shape that we want. If we look at the top of the G502, we see a similar angle replicated there, and that's why we did it. So then we create another plane on the end of this extrusion. That gives us the ability to do sketch 60, which is, it basically just takes the side and extends it down further so that we can then do this cut out the back here. Okay, and I'm gonna hide some of these that we've already looked at. We then take that extrusion and go out the back so that we can create that line. And then we do a sweep of this same sketch along the other guideline that we created in sketch 59, and that gives us the 3 cuts that are visible from the top of the mouse. Then, in order to do a split, the surface that, or the object that does the cutting, Well, okay, first off, a split is when you use one object to cut another object. In this case, I'm using these surfaces as knives, and so wherever the surface intersects with the model, that's going to be a cut. If I want it to be a successful operation, though, it needs to go all the way through the object. So for example, if I had just this part that's highlighted, if it was just that, you see how it doesn't go through this other side? That operation is going to fail. I would need to either extend it all the way through, or what I did in this case is I combined it with these sets of panels here, and you can see that the combination of everything does make a complete cut going all the way through the model. It's just in this case it goes in and then turns and goes out the front. Okay, that's what this Boolean operation here is doing. If you go beforehand, these were separate surfaces. Afterwards, I combine them so that I can do my split operation. Then split number 10 gives us two parts of our mouse body. Split 11 cuts up this back section a little more. So now we have three sections, and we have thin versions of the cuts that are seen here on the top. Sketch 61, I can't remember what you do actually. Oh, yeah, you can. Okay, so if we look at the side, we see that the top panels are kind of separated from the rest of the body. So sketch 61 gives us another surface through this extrusion that we can then use to subdivide the top part once again. Unfortunately, it does carry all the way through, and we don't actually want that. So a quick Boolean operation, and now the top is back to one piece. One piece. And then we do a similar thing with sketch 62. This is a vertical line that just further segments this left side. Left side has a lot going on. Yeah, the one piece. It's real. There you go. All right, let's hide these guys so it's a little easier for you to see what I'm doing here. Yeah, so extrude 55 creates that surface. Split 13 uses it to make a cut. All right, and now we start to see a little bit of that gray inner shell starting to show. The gray inner shell is going to be the substrate that keeps everything held together once we start punching holes out of the blue part. Sketch 63 is the cutout for the scroll wheel across the top. Extrude 56 turns it into a surface that we can then use in split 14 to make the cut. Fillet 8 just cleans up the geometry here a little bit, makes it match the nice gentle curves of the original G502. Plane 18, what do you do? And now we start to get into a lot more of the aesthetic cuts. So sketch 64 does this, and it mimics the swoop up here, that little scooped out section, and we send that through with another extrusion to cut our mouse. Now, if we look at the other side, that cut doesn't go all the way through, but our extrusion surface does. The cool part is these are now separate pieces, so I can cut them individually. So split 15 only cuts this back section, doesn't touch this section over here. For that, we have a different sketch. We do sketch 65, which when viewed from this side, we can see much more closely represents the cut on the right side of the mouse that we see in the real product. Again, extrude. You can start to see a pattern here, right? And then to widen up these channels in the top, what I've done, I'm actually pretty proud of this. This is kind of a cool trick. I grabbed this back face and did an extrude on it using the remove command, but then I gave it a draft angle of 45 degrees. Now, a draft is usually used as a way to get parts to separate from a mold. So imagine you've got your metal mold for your plastic injected part, and you've got to get it out of the mold. If the mold has straight walls, that's going to be very difficult to do. So what you do is you give it a draft angle, and usually it's something very small, even like 1 or 2 degrees, but it makes it so it's kind of a pyramidal shape. And then when you have a plunger that pushes it out of the mold, it's no longer straight, so it can fall out much easier. So that's what draft angles usually are. A draft angle of 45 is definitely excessive, but what it allows me to do in this case is, if I didn't have the draft angle, which I can simulate by just getting rid of it, you can see it doesn't take away all of the geometry, and it leaves a nasty scar here. So by using a draft angle, what I've done is I'm getting the face to widen as it goes through its cut, so that it takes out all the geometry that I want it to and cleans it up real nice. And I've done a similar thing with extrude 60 to make this face here. And then fillet, clean some things up. Now, to get this line to be thicker, we cut this with that surface, right? And because this face right here is curved, it will not extrude the same way that these other flat faces would. So what I do instead is I thicken those 3 pieces to make them into the same kind of wall that I am creating with these other cuts. And then I trim this one back a little bit to give me a little room, so that then I can loft the pieces together and merge them all as one and use a Boolean to cut out that piece in one operation. So that gives us a nice clean line. We do a series of fillets to make everything look a little neater. And I don't think these were... And then this was an attempt that I was doing to create the wing, but I don't think I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to do it a little differently. Oh, okay, here we go. So I use another extrude to oh my gosh, I think I just threw my back out. Being a superhero is hard work. Don't get old, guys. It sucks. I'm only 28 and I'm dying. Okay, let's hide the ones that aren't actually part of our mouse. There we go. So we do another extrude to punch out the slot for the scroll wheel. And then these ones we're going to ignore because those are all part of making the wing. But that takes us from this to something that pretty closely mimics the G502X. It's still missing the wing. We need to add that. But this has all the same aesthetic cuts, and it pretty closely mimics the shape, at least the essence of it. Mine's a little different because we're still trying to make it sub 60 grams. But yeah, it's looking pretty good, I think. What do you guys think? So the next steps here are we need to make some accommodations for the 5 buttons on the left side of the mouse. And that's going to be the next tricky bit. All right, I have an STL file loaded in here. That's what this part 1 is. So you can see where they go. We're already doing pretty good as far as like giving them space because of the cuts that we did. So I don't think it's going to be too terribly difficult. But before I can add in these buttons, I think the best thing to do will be to model the button switches so that we know exactly where the buttons need to press down onto. So take a good look at these shell pieces because they are going to have to go away for a while. That one. I wonder, can I add these to a folder? Well, let's go through and name them. I don't think it'll let me add them to a folder, but if I name them, I won't delete them. Inner shell. There. All right, so now we're back to our boring PCB. Which I need to the workspace here. And where is my caliper? Right here. So the PCBs that we're going to be focusing on are the top and the side PCB. These are the ones that actually hold all the switches, and that's what I need to add to our PCB model so that we can make buttons that connect to them. And what I want to do first is, I'm pretty sure that all the ones on this one are all the same size except for the side scroll buttons. Kale might use a slightly different shell just because of different manufacturing standards. That's 5.6 in width. Huh. And the Omron is 5.75. Well, that's why we check. So this red switch, let's see, let's get an angle where I can show you. There we go. This red switch is 0.15 millimeters thinner in width than the Omrons. Not a big enough difference that you'd ever notice it looking at it, but it does make a difference for modeling it. So let's create a new sketch here on the top surface of our PCB. And the Kale is 12.7 in length. And for all intents and purposes, I think it's pretty safe to say that it lines up with the PCB cutout geometry. I say that, and then it has a little bit of a underhang here. Oh well. I would assume that these are pretty darn close to the same height too, because they're supposed to be interchangeable. 6.6. Yeah. Okay, so 6.6 for height. And over here we have two switches side by side, not touching. We set those equal, these equal. Got another switch over here, and then one more here. And these are all Omrons. Setting all those equal mean that we can measure one of them. And then it updates all of them. Just one of many things I love about parametric design. Okay, and I think I can play it a little fast and loose with the placement because these are meant to interact with a paddle on the bottom of the mouse buttons. It's a little weird. Looks like there might be a mistake in my PCB design. This part here should hang lower. I'm not going to worry about it though. I've already checked to make sure that this top PCB holder works well. It does. So we're just going to call that a acceptable loss that gives us more weight reduction. Where's all the rest of the mouse pieces? I know there was a lot more mouse pieces than that. Oh, they're all right here. I put the mouse somewhat together, which is now kind of a pain. Okay, well, I have it mostly assembled at the moment. I don't need to take it up. Well, let's take it apart. And taking these things apart always feels so wrong. It feels like you're breaking it, but that's just how they made it. So if you look at the bottom of this mouse clicker paddle here, that little black square, that's what actually presses on the top of the mouse button. So we have a little bit of a margin of error that we can play with for the placement of these switches. And that is why I'm not too preoccupied about how accurate they are, because it really shouldn't make that much of a difference. So we just need to get these close to the same spot. The most important thing is going to be the height. I just need to make sure that the height is accurate. And these are our side scroll buttons. I'll set those sides equal, and then we'll check the measurement ourselves to make sure that these are square. And then we can set every side equal to itself. And it looks like they are in fact square. So now we can set this equal to this, and now they're squares. We can make those lines coincident. Make them coincident with this line. We can measure the gap between them, 17.25. Set a line on the midpoint. Boom, there we go. Now what was their size? 6.15. And of all the switches that we're going to model today, these ones are the least important because they're pressed by geometry that we're not creating ourselves. The clear piece on this scroll wheel rocks side to side and presses on the top of the buttons. So I don't need to make that. So I just need to make sure that I give it space to do its thing, and then it's going to work just fine. The ones that we care about are the rectangular Omron switches. So we just need to make sure that we have the square switches in place somewhat. That's all the thought they really get. .75. Okay. This is one of the frustrating things to measure. Depth is always a little trickier. Okay, that feels like a good measurement. 6.5. Double check. Oh, looks like it's just wide enough, this slot here, that I can use the top of the jaws, but I am getting the same measurement, so I'm feeling good. 6.5 millimeters. And I'm going to create these as no, I'm just gonna do that. No point in having that many extra pieces. I don't need them. And then on this face, I'm going to create the little tiny button faces. That when I create my button pressing geometry, I have targets to aim for. One. Width is, I'm going to call it 3. Just going to round up. We can do it this way too. Because I'm going to need geometry anyways to reference. Okay. These are 3.5 from the end of the switch. Ah, look at that. Neat. And nope, that didn't work. There we go. That's what I wanted. So that's all the button placement needed for the top PCB. Let's work on this side PCB. Need a drink. Biggest obstacle for the completion of this project right now is me almost losing parts like every day. It's not good. Oh, and some operations, the PCB doesn't actually have this diagonal cut. That's just an artifact of some of the operations I did to the PCB holder. But it doesn't affect anything, so I'm going to pretend like I didn't notice and keep going along. And then when we get towards the end of the project, I'll realize that it actually does affect something, and then I will be in a lot of trouble. And these are smaller switches, still from Omron, but not the same type of switch. Hmm. That look weird. Okay, and then these guys are spaced 8.6 apart. They are how tall? Two point eight. Ah. And these are 7 by teeny tiny. Oh, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. There we go. All right. Now with all of our buttons modeled, looks like we're good on the inner shell. It's not poking through yet. That looks like it might be an issue. See, I'm looking at we should be good because it's based off of the model or off the original product. Let's take this thing back apart. I don't need it as a hand model anymore. I need its guts. Come on. think they really didn't want that part to ever be taken out. Okay, so this part is the original piece that presses on those side buttons. And you can see it has some eye-shaped beam looking sections. That's what actually presses the button inside the mouse. The important detail for us is that the hollow section of the buttons is above those I-beams, which means that we're probably good on this spacing here. I don't think we're in trouble. Except for maybe this front thumb button. I think I'll have to cut back the shape a little more to accommodate for that. Now, looking at this piece, I'm trying to figure out what are the major dimensions I need to worry about keeping versus what is the geometry I can simplify and ignore. Because modeling something this complex would take a while. I don't think it's strictly necessary. Another option we could do is we could just have a flexible mechanism of the shell. The reason why I'm not so keen on that idea is that would potentially lose us the ability to use the customizable buttons. And I want the end user to have that option. That was one of our design goals that we set out with. All right, I've got my plan of attack now. Let's hide these. We're going to create a new sketch on this plane. Show part 1. Just going to do straight line, or not exactly a parallelogram, but a four-sided shape for the two buttons there. We're going to treat them as one for now. So I want users to be able to still be able to select the thumb button that they want. So that's the approximate placement of the buttons. And then we're going to confirm that with our calipers. 6.3. And this is 7.6. Yeah, because these lines aren't parallel, it's not wanting to play nice. But I can create some more reference geometry to help me out. And those points are approximately 43 from each other. These lines, or these points, are 35. Okay, now my goal is to leave a lot of this geometry kind of floating until I know exactly where it needs to be in relation to the bottom plane to provide geometry that we can actually screw it into. So gonna see a lot of blue lines for a while. Blue is generally kind of bad because it means that something is undefined. I grab these, you can see that they're still moving around a lot. Not great. And I'm gonna move them for now to be a little more in line with their 3D scan counterparts. Now let's get the parts that are underneath the buttons that are usually not visible to the user. We can definitely afford to make some simplifications here. So the back button support is 16 millimeters. I'm going to put that coincident with that guy. Same for you. And you are 12.5. Yeah, between them, four. Check another spot. And I made those two coincident because if we look really close at the back piece, you see that little notch? Well, that's just to give a little bit of separation to the button from the outside, but you can see that that back plane does line up with the back of the notch, or with the back of the button pretty well. And for my purposes, I'm not including the notch because it's not going to affect the end design in our case, because we're just going to be reusing this piece. But that's why I feel justified making those coincident with each other. Let's set an angle for these guys. Now from the bottom of the button in the front, we've got 4.5. And then we've got the horizontal support for the thumb button. Here to here is 8.25. And then this is 13.2. Lo and behold, we are suspiciously close to the bottom of our bottom plane piece, almost like that was intended. It's reassuring to me though that it does somewhat match up, because it would be pretty bad if there was a massive offset at this point, because that would mean a lot more work to do. But I've been trying to set things up so that I don't have to do that, and it seems as though that may be working. So now let's I don't want all of them though. I want these guys to be 3.85. Oh, keep doing that. 3.85 millimeters in thickness. There's our buttons. And they do have a little bit of a contour. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to simplify it a little bit. We're just going to extrude them 7mm. Same with you, sir. Now, based off of this, it would seem that we've got a collision with our top PCB. I don't think that that is actually the case, because we've very carefully modeled the top PCB carrier based off of the geometry in the midplane from the original mouse. And if we look at the top profile of our button carrier, you see that there are some cutouts, which I think will account for this intersection here. I think we're good. Famous last words, though, I suppose. Now, this bottom bit here, I want to add going to give it a little foot that will hold our screws. That foot is going to be 2.2mm tall. And the total thickness of this bottom section is 9mm. Well, it's reading 8.8, so let's double check. Okay, we'll be accurate because it needs to be somewhat accurate here. I'll go with 8.9. There. But it's from the backside here. So if we set that as an offset, then we're good. Now, how does this go together? It's kind of a tricky piece because it has two posts that help hold it in place. And I hate putting this piece in and out. It is one of the more finicky ones with this whole assembly. I had like a kind of a good technique for doing it too, but it's like all of a sudden my technique doesn't want to work. The technique, Squidward! Don't forget the technique! Okay, whatever. So the parts that the screws actually interact with are, well, no, there is some, those screws do go into those, don't they? Okay. Okay. Let's do a quick little test here. Aha. All right, so where I've got those two black screws right now, except that one in the top, ignore that one. That one's not there. Those two black screws, hide behind my camera a little bit so that it will focus on this. There we go. That's going to be our mounting holes for this piece here. So we need to get a accurate representation in our model of where those are placed. What is this distance? 43.4. And where did I get that from? Okay, I am going to take a gamble. I think it's going to work. But it looks like the screw posts are directly down from the middle of the button supports. And knowing that I'm probably going to have to do more revisions anyways, rather than waste time worrying about it, I'm just going to roll with it. See, let's project those two lines. Point there. Right there. And then I actually need to get the screw post size because that's what I'll need to print. And then our screw hole size set to 1.4. And then these are these are 5 away from the backside. These are vertical with each other. And we're going to add these not to part 21, but to our bottom plane. We'll start from that plane where they're shown currently. That's fine. And then they're going to go to this face. This face. And it kind of puts them right in the middle of some of our hexagons, which isn't the greatest look. But what we can do, I don't think there's going to be an issue if we pull that extrude up above our pattern. Or maybe we can pull the pattern below it. See. Let's see. Do we break a bunch of stuff by doing that? Yes, we do. Cool. So let's do this then. What we can do instead is we can move this extrude up if we change its references. You know, for now, I'm gonna make this easy, and I'm just gonna close those myself. It's not that big a deal. Take those up to this face. There, that should work. I'm gonna close these three too. And then I'm gonna leave that one as just the one. Another thing I want to do though is I want to make sure the hole goes all the way through and keeps its geometry. Send that down the other way. Yes. Okay, now the reason why I'm leaving these open in the bottom is I discovered that when this is printed, if you don't leave it open, the screw holes have a tendency to clog. So this, probably no shot you guys are going to be able to see this, but if you are able to see through those little screw holes, you see how they're plugged up? They're not supposed to be like that. They're supposed to be much deeper than that. But I think what's happening is as it's printing, the resin doesn't have anywhere to go. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there for now. Just drop the charger for the keyboard. The resin doesn't have anywhere to go, so it just gets stuck there, and I'm not able to dissolve it out even with excessive cleaning. So the easy solution is to just turn those screw holes into a flow channel, so that when I go through the cleaning process with the denatured alcohol, it'll just rinse out all the way. There's not really a harm in having the screw holes be extra long. It's not like the screws are going to go all the way through. That's what the screw head is for. Okay, I want to close these ones up though. I think that'll look a little nicer. Well, let's just do those three. Oh, shoot. I already did that. Cool. All right, that looks nice. Very, very nice. All right, for my next trick, I painstakingly measured the position of these 8 pillars off camera. These 8 pillars correspond to the 8 pillars that the main clicker paddles mount to on this mid plane. So I'm going to create 2 versions of the main shell. One of them will use the default clicker paddles that the mouse comes with. Another one, I'm going to try and make a flexible built-in clicker that should be a little more lightweight, but the one that I'll personally be using will probably be using this, because I think it'll feel nicer to just reuse what they have. I don't think I'll be able to get the same surface quality. So for this to work, I think I want to make this as a configuration. So let's bring back this and this for now. Let's hide you, and you. Oh, and you two, go away. I'm going to use the top of this cylinder as our start. Shift O is okay. Why? Why were you guys horizontal? You guys don't need to be that. Okay, now why are you still... Okay, you do need to be horizontal. All right, now we're gonna get a little tricky. We'll extrude this one up to... Oh man, does that actually work the first time? Whew, look at that, boys and girls. Okay, so we extruded up to that face there on the inside, and it merges perfectly with it. Small victory. Then we do the same thing with this other one. The reason why we have to do it in 2 steps is because they are not at the same height. Logitech is having a field day making this difficult for me, but I suppose that's why they are a multi-million-dollar company and I am not. There we go. Start from there and then up to this face again. And then we can Boolean all these guys together. And that didn't include that one for some reason. I think I clicked it too fast. What? Is that the problem? Was it hiding behind the sketch? Okay, let's try that again. All right, whatever. Let's do it in 2 steps. Oh, nope. That's not right. You were supposed to form a union. It's really not liking that, is it? Why are you like this? I want you. Okay, part 7 and part 8. The parts do not intersect or are totally contained. Bupkis. Okay, I know what happened though. I can fix this. Nope, nope, wrong way. Go to there. When we did this extrude, I think it kept the circles for some of them, and I think those are the ones that are giving me an issue. See how there's the circle here? It wasn't supposed to do that. So my Batman-like detective skills are telling me that I need to fix that. We can do that by there's not, I did not draw a circle there, my guy. What are you doing? Can I delete that? Okay, well, let's do this then. You are torturing me. It doesn't want to play nice, but it doesn't want me to be able to use it either. Okay, so got this extrude. Now, if I hide, there we go. So by adding some geometry, it's that I could well, which one are you? One. There we go. Now it's there. Woo. So we don't need that one anymore. Okay, so now these are all one piece. And if we go to the top view and reveal our main click shell and part 1, we should be able to do a cut right through here to make it so that we can use our default clicker paddles. So let's do that. We're going to do our sketch on top plane. Make those guys parallel because I already did the work of making them look good. Move that up a little bit. And for this version, I think it is hide those parts. I'm gonna call that 26 to move it in a little bit. Move that one in a little bit. Make these two horizontal with each other. They don't really need a specific length, just something that's long. Call that 65, round up. So this is the same process that I did before. You select the lines that you want to create your knife with. Make them long enough that they're going to go through the entire part. And looking at this, I think I actually want to make it, for this version, a little bit wider, just to clean up this geometry here and here. And this isn't going to be included in the other version. What if I make you 15.5? What does that do? So close. Okay. 16. I should be able to view it from the top too and see what's doing there. Okay, so that looks good. That looks good. Now we'll do our split. And we're going to cut this part and this part. We're going to split them with this surface. And we can uncheck both sides. Well, actually, no, because I'm cutting multiple parts, it's going to be better to keep both sides. Okay, but that gives us two separate pieces here and some more cutout geometry here. Now, I don't like what it's done with this section here. I think it'll be better to just cut that whole inner part out. So let's just go up to the full 16 and that'll probably do it. Yeah, look at that. Perfect. So then we can delete some parts. This one, and that one. And that one. Now, if I print this, it should accommodate the geometry for the main clicker paddles. But we don't want this to always be the case. We want to set everything that we just did as conditional. So let's add these to a folder. And then we can create a configuration. if we go through and add these characteristics, it's adding this to the configuration table over here. And then if it's not checked, let's see, do I have that right? Okay, I need to swap it. Okay, so now, if you were to print your own version, you can come up here to this reuse clickers configurator or configuration variable. If you uncheck it, it will undelete those parts, and we'll get back the flexible versions that we had before. Ooh, I need to add these to that too. But then if you check this, it will cut that part out, and then we need to make so that it'll add these sections here because those aren't needed otherwise. Okay. And then we can delete these from our main branch, and we can configure that as well. And then what that will do is it'll clean up the part count. And if you check this, it creates this version of the part that has those studs in place that you can screw the paddles into them. But if you uncheck it, it gets rid of them and gives you this version where it does not accommodate them. So for this version, we then want to make it so that there's a little bit of geometry jumping down to push our buttons. So let's bring these parts back. And I want to make these ones transparent, which doesn't hide them completely. It just makes them so that you can see through them. Pretty neat feature. And then from the top of these guys, I want to create my little pillars that will press the buttons. Merge those points. Okay, and then we're going to extrude these up to the bottom face here of the inner shell. We're only going to merge it with the inner shell. It's starting to go a little slow. Oh, wait. That's why. It was in solid mode. Okay. Or I was in surface mode and I'm supposed to be doing a solid. See this shenanigan it's doing with me again? It's trying to like copy all of that. Okay, fine. Well, whatever. I can still work with that. Just make my job harder. Up to face. There we go. So now, when a little bit of pressure is applied to the top here, it would press the buttons, but it would probably press both of them, and that wouldn't be super great, because you want to be able to press your left and right separately. I'm giving these 0 tolerance because the buttons are spring loaded, and giving it a 0 tolerance should help reduce any kind of pre-travel. But I think that eventually you are going to get a little bit of pre-travel because these will be applying a constant force up. And I think with just time, the fatigue might cause the paddles to weaken a little bit, which is why I want to have an option of using the originals, because these are probably going to be much more robust than the resin ones that I can make. But with that said, we do still need to separate our new paddles from the inner shells that they're allowed to move. And I think we have an easy way of doing that. By just projecting. Can I project all of that at the same time? Oh, I can. Look at that. Oh, it's great. So we're gonna project that. Why are you still? You can go away. You don't need to be seen anymore. And then I'm going to create an offset. Of all the parts of all the things we just copied. But we don't want 5 millimeters because that is excessive. We're going to do 0.5. And that should give plenty of space to allow these things to move. Finally, we're going to create a line. And I don't want it to necessarily reference anything just yet. Make it parallel. Come on, let me select. Okay, it'll let me do it to that. Sure, whatever. And then we'll move this up a little bit so that it matches the original. Now, don't want to do all the faces. I want to do that one, that one, not you. Why are you giving me grief? Okay, let's check our sketch. Ah, you see this? Sometimes CAD will do that to you. Let's see what happens if I trim that back. Oh, nope, that's not. That's too far. Hmm. Okay, what if I just make you longer? You were fine over here, so I don't think you'll cause me an issue all of a sudden. Make you 5, sure, whatever. And then let's try. Okay, see, that fixed it. Okay, we're going to merge this with not bottom plane, but our inner shell and our clicker. And then we're going to extrude again, but this time we're just going to go through the main clicker. Wait, actually, no, I need to duplicate this line. that still did what I want with the first operation, so we're good with that. And then these parts should already be cut out, but just to play it extra safe, gonna do it again. Actually, let's just do that as a through all, and then only do it to this piece here. Let's take a look in close before we commit the change. Make sure it's doing what we think it's supposed to be doing. And it's a good thing we checked, because look at that. We did mess up something with the previous operation by making this change. You need to make sure that it cuts there and there as well, because I don't want this piece hanging there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't do that. Why'd you do that? How are you still connected to something? Yeah, I just want to delete you, not the whole inner shell. What happened here? I don't remember. Oh, okay. I know what happened there. Well, I don't need this face anyways, because our buttons are going to be the only thing that we touch there. So let's actually just make it official and get rid of it. So if we make that into an actual shape instead of leaving the ends uncapped, then when we do this extrude, that won't interact with this because that's a different part. And we can delete those two parts at the same time. And let's do the same thing on this other side, just to get rid of all this ugly geometry there. Why are you still mobile? There. There we go. Trim that all in one go. And you can get rid of you and you too. And at least it's a little cleaner. So I think this is where I want to leave it for. Well, no. First, let's get Hey, Morris, how you doing? Is this your first time tuning into the channel? Let's keep going a little bit. I want to get the inner shell and these other shell components connected somehow to our bottom plane. And then once those are connected, I think we'll call it quits for tonight, at least on the 502X mod side of it, because I'll need to get this printed and do another test fitment. Okay, seen a couple of vids previously. Nice. Well, glad to have you. Before I print this, though, I need to remember to... Is it you that does it? It's this one. Okay, let's show part one again. We need to move you quite a ways back, like there. And when I close this sketch again, I can put it right there because it overreaches a little bit. When I close the sketch, it will, because we're doing parametric modeling, it will update everything after this. Which might take a minute because browser based and this is turning into a complex part. See, now it's trimmed back much further. If we show our part 11, we should not have an issue anymore with that being in the way. So I'm going to give it a shot with this as it is. See if that works. But I know I do need to extrude this out. We need to merge that with our inner shell. Send it the other way. There we go. Oh, all right. And you see that little artifact there? That's because our geometry intersects right there. So easy way to fix that is to make this a symmetric removal. And then it backs into it just as much as it goes out. And it cleans that up. Well, how are you liking the results so far, Morris? I have to admit, it's probably probably an ugly G502 with how pretty the original is, but it's going to be significantly lighter, and that's the main goal we're shooting for here. Trying to maintain as much as the essence of it as I can, but we're going to have to make a few aesthetic sacrifices in the name of maximum performance. For now, I'm just gonna put a fillet here. I'll come up with something better to do there with our next iteration, but that'll just get rid of a sharp corner that could potentially poke a user. I think what we'll probably do is when I want to fix that properly, I can create another cut tool that follows this line and then comes down, and I'll match this fillet so that it looks like it's intended to be there. It'll make it look a little more cohesive. Then for, see, I don't want to boolean those yet. Oh, and I don't need you visible anymore. Go away. So I need to attach these without adding a ton of weight. Could do screws through the bottom and just some simple screw posts. That might be an okay solution for just getting a test out there. We just need to be cognizant of where our stress relief is. So like we can't put screw posts ahead of this crack here because that's where it needs to bend. So a screw post there wouldn't do any good. And this is directly over that bit there. I think for now, let's just put it coming up from these 3 points here. Well, actually, let's do it. Click off. Let's do it from this face. Right? Yeah, okay. This is gonna work. This is gonna work. This guy needs to be 1.4. This one needs to be 3.5. You equal that. You equal that. You equal that. Somehow you got screwed up. Where are you attached to? You equal that. Okay. Shoot, that was not what I wanted to do. I did coincident, not equal. There we go. That's equal. We hold it self-manifest that all screws are created equal. Okay, you don't need to be there. You don't need to be there. That's fine. Okay. So now let's create a line that goes across. Let's connect those. And sure, these. There we go. We can create a line there. Midpoint. That's our midpoint. Set these all vertically oriented with those points. And then we can snap them to the line. Now, select these faces for removal. And we send them through all for the bottom plane. Going the other way. Like that. All right. Now we've just blown a hole in it. And what we want to do is we want to create screw posts. So now we grab these guys. And we're going to take these. I think we're actually just going to take these up to this face. Come on. There. I think I might have a bad connection with the server. It's chugging along right now. Now from the bottom, we should be able to get the screw heads in there. I think we'll be okay. You know what? Might as well play it safe. Let's start it from the actual bottom. So we'll do that. And then let's send the screw holes themselves. Like, we got to clean this up. We just make that symmetric and keep the through all condition. It's cleaned that up. And usually I would worry about some of the gaps here, but realistically, I don't think this is going to be my final mounting solution. This is just going to be so that I can test the mouse. I promise. I will make it prettier in the future. Let's select those, and we're going to do another extrude. Bring back the bottom plane. Our starting offset will be this face. And then we're going to take it up to the inside of here. Going to add that to it. Merge these two shapes. Yeah, we're definitely going to come up with something prettier. That I don't like that any more than you do. That looks bad. But for now, it'll work. Just because I probably won't show the final version of this on stream, because I'll be doing a little bit of work on this between streams. I want to show you one really cool feature, and that is the pattern feature. That's how I made these punch outs for the bottom here. And we're going to do the same thing to all the sides that we can afford to lighten, which is definitely this back, side, and top. So if we go to our top plane, create a sketch, and you just do a little, oops, forget how this works. There we go. We do a hexagon. Make them vertical. Make them the same size as these guys. Itty bitty. Gives a slight Mass Effect vibe. I'll be honest, I haven't played Mass Effect. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you talking about the 3 pillars we did? And let's set that. What are you stuck on? What are you stuck on? Why are you following this line? Who told you to do that? There we go. Goodbye. Let's go with that one. All right, so basically it's the same hexagon, right? We send this as a punch through overall shape and design. Okay, like I've seen the Normandy, so I could see that. We're not going to do the bottom plane. We're going to do this thing or this thing. What? Selected tools and targets do not intersect. Oh, if we flip the direction, they do. Okay, yeah, I can kind of see it now, Morris. Okay, so now we've punched a little hole through the top of our outer shell. If we then do fill pattern, we click the faces we want to pattern, which in our case will be parts of our hexagonal cutout. Then we it's not liking this. Hold on. Got one more trick. I can create a plane that is tangent. Let's create an offset plane then. There we go. So we project that onto our plane. Then we can hide that. Now I think if we do fill pattern, it will allow us to use this sketch as our boundary. And then for direction, you just need to pick a direction. Anything that's facing a cardinal direction for me will be okay. Oh, really? I take great pride in being able to say names correctly. I do try. Oh. Oh, Nutter Butters. This isn't going to work because it's going to do it. It's trying to do it to this now. Yes, that's not going to work. But what if we do this? What if we create a decoy? Yeah, trying to replicate as a pattern. I know this is supposed to work on curved surfaces, but it's not wanting to work with me here. I might be thinking of a different one. Let's pull up. If you guys want an excellent resource for learning Onshape, Teaching Tech is one of them. Michael is I think he's a mechanical engineer. He also gets involved with racing. I've learned a lot watching this guy's videos. And he's an avid user of Onshape. He showed a really great... it's this one. All right, I'm gonna put the headphones on so I don't bombard your ears with echo.
Surface like this grip, and we want to apply a texture to it that is normally going to be a time-consuming nightmare. So let's see.
Yeah, that's right. He did used to be a teacher. I think he actually still is a teacher.
And then added a mate connector in the center of that, which is going to act like an anchor. Let's now start the attractor pattern feature script. Our base surface is going to be the grip. Our input body is going to be that sphere, and our mate connector.
Okay, so I'm using the wrong feature script. That's what's going on. I need to be using the attractor pattern one. So let's copy this, go back to Brave. And this is one of the really cool things about Onshape is you can just add stuff. So I don't actually need that. or this, or you. And let's see, go back to the video. Teach me, Michael, how does this work?
Going to be the mate connector. Our final input is the attractor, and for now we'll just click this top surface. As soon as we do, we can see the sphere is being applied over the surface. Let's shrink our inputs and start playing with the grid. And I'm going to change it from rectangular to triangular, and I'm going to up the count for both directions. Already, this is a pretty handy tool. We can set it to add and tell it to merge with the base grip. Already a handy tool, but we're only using half of it. So let's edit the feature. Now, if we come to instance parameters and tick any of these boxes, we can see the full power of this feature script.
Okay, all right. I can manage that. Thank you, Michael. So I think what I actually want to do, I think the way that I can do this to get it to make holes in this shape is I can create a object that I then Boolean onto. Which in that case, I do want to... I do want those back. But you, we're going to bring you down here. We're going to change you so that you actually create not a remove, but you add onto this guy. And then you're going to not go through all, but just up to this face. Okay. And actually, I need you to be a new object for now. And then if I... base surface. Okay, this is where I need to have that mate connector. How do you do that?
I've ticked we can set it. So our input body is going to be that sphere, and our mate connector is going to be the mate connector. Our final
input. Okay, yeah, okay. So you... okay, there we go. And then...
input is the attractor, and for now we'll just click this top surface. As soon as we do, we can see the sphere is being applied over the surface. Let's shrink our inputs and start playing with the grid. And I'm going to change it from rectangular to triangular, and I'm going to up the count for both directions.
Did I do anything? Okay, maybe not with the tractor pattern then. I think I can still get this done with Where's the other one? If I do this, why are you doing it like that? Okay, maybe it's just struggling with that. Let's try it this way, I guess. There we go. That's close to what I wanted. Okay, let's try a different direction then. Well, I'm gonna call this good for now. We're just gonna roll with this. It's not the pattern exactly how I wanted it, but it'll work. Okay, so now what I can do is I can create a Boolean of this part and this part, and then it will only keep the parts where they intersect based on this, based on my inputs here. So if I call it good, Now we have applied a lightning to our top here. Then for the purpose of finishing out our test geometry for today, we can add all of these things together. And then we can send this to print. So off camera, I'm definitely going to need to, excuse me, I'm definitely going to need to do some investigation into how we can do this more effectively. I know there's going to be a better way. I just need to go and teach myself how to do it. But let's export this as an STL. And then I also want bottom plane and mid plane. Yes, let's export you to as well. That's gonna make me fine. All right, the G2 manager side of things, I have to do off screen because it shows my IP address, but I can show you guys what this part looks like. We drag the STLs into G2 box. Garbage software that it is. I hate this thing so much. And then we need to orient these so that they will print okay. So we just need to give these basically a little bit of an angle for the same reasons we talked about before. Ah! And you just barely fit. Look at that. It'll fit a little better though if I do this. Oh, those are some ridiculous looking screw posts. I hate them so much. But it's just a test. It's just a test. It'll be okay. Add some supports. And I think it'll probably be okay. I think I can just send it. It's just a little bit of the support material hanging off. I don't think it's gonna fight me. It should just clip that off. Then we just want to run through, make sure we're not having any weirdness go on with the layers. And it looks pretty good to me. Let's see, when do those screw posts start? Oh, yeah, those are actually pretty far up there, aren't they? Okay. And it looks like it is actually working this time, so I can send it directly there instead of having to go run it down with my legs like last time, like a heathen. Not able to send it wirelessly. What is this? So off screen, I'm sending it to the printer. You saw it save there. After it saves, then it does the file transfer, which I can show you this screen because this one doesn't show the IP address. Oh, and this is gonna take a minute. It's only at 3.5% so far. Whew. Yes. Kill the bots, Wills. Yes, I am going to hop on Star Citizen after this. I found out that there is a phase 3 to fight for Pyro. So I'll be doing some gameplay of that to earn my character some money. They tricked us, guys. They pulled a sneaky on us. Yeah, sure, you can join. In fact, you've got the Connie, right? We should probably hop in your ship, and I can be your turret gunner. And if we're taking on frontier fighters, that'll be an effective ship to do it. Connie's probably going to be better in this case just because the AI has been so tough. It's nice to have the extra shields. But it's up to you. I will sit in whatever you want to bring. Like, it's crazy to say that the AI has been kicking my butt, but it has been solidly doing so lately. We're at 20%. This is one of the downsides of using a resin printer. It gives me exceptional accuracy and resolution, which makes working at this kind of micro scale really nice, but the files end up pretty massive because there's just so much more going on with that many layers. It hasn't been this slow, though, before. It almost makes me curious if something might be going on with my internet. But I think if that were the case, we would be seeing more issues with the stream, and so far nobody said anything. So I think we're good. All right, well, while that's going, I can't really start Star Citizen up with that running because it'll just take more performance and make it go slower. But what we can do is review the latest videos from the Star Citizen channel. They released a new... Okay, good. Yeah. As long as you guys aren't seeing any issues, I think we're okay on the internet side. They pulled one over on us.
If you watched last week's 3-hour special edition of Star Citizen Live...
Okay, quick sound check. Are you guys hearing Jared Huckabee talk here? You should be hearing him.
You heard a lot about the evolution of this year's patches, how often they're going to come out, and how our shows are changing to reflect that. And if you didn't, well, I'm not really going to recap all that here. But this week, we sat down with some of the non-feature folk to talk about the content-driven side of this new initiative.
Yeah, so this year we are focused squarely on content, which I think is going to be really good. They're still working on features, but they're going to take a little bit of a slower pace, and they're only going to be introduced when they're ready, which I think is a good direction to go. I'm pretty stoked. This is something that I advocated for in previous videos too, where we get some kind of seasonality.
Content-driven push come from?
Well, as we sort of alluded to in the 1.0 presentation at CitizenCon, there's been a desire to get more emphasis on starting to build the storylines and the characters of Star Citizen Universe and getting them actually in game.
The way the content patches are going to break down are we're ultimately trying to provide new content to you each month. Alongside all of this, we're ultimately trying to provide new content.
I haven't seen the new salvage UI yet. It might have come up in some other video, but looks pretty cool. It's been a while since I tried salvaging. I should give that a shot.
Content to you each month. Alongside all of this, we're going to be essentially providing new missions, new events, kind of a lot of what we've done before, but taking it up to the next level.
I call shenanigans. There's no way they were driving a Tumbril Cyclone around without exploding.
This was an opportunity to start figuring out ways to engage the players in a growing and expanding storyline.
We're going to be sending you all the way around the verse, doing lots of different varied types of gameplay. You'll still be doing events that are prevalent to a story that we're going to be working on as well.
I got you covered!
As well as new missions that build up the existing roster that we actually have in game already. There will be some content that's only there for a limited amount of time, but ultimately a lot of this content is still going to persist when we hit to Star Citizen 1.0. So we're actually building out the larger content map that exists in the game. On top of that, there's going to be a huge focus now on stability and quality of life too, because we want a stable environment for our developers to work in, but we also want a stable game that's less buggy, less crashes, and much more.
Yeah, so he's shooting this generators. That's what I feel like they're doing to their servers all the time. Pretty cool, but Scorpius still takes the cake. Hey, no argument here. I've already said I'm a big fan of the Star Wars knockoff ships. Scorpius is super sexy. Also, the Super Hornet, it's a weird ship because you can use all the turret guns as the pilot. So it kind of makes it useless to bring a co-pilot, because why wouldn't you just want more firepower for yourself? So Scorpius still has the actual multi-crew implemented, which I think makes it a cooler ship.
More pleasant for you guys to play day to day.
What's the word? Today's been rough.
As far as the structure for how we're going to tell the story, one of the things that we were kind of excited to try for was actually utilizing
like F-16. I don't know.
Storytelling structure that's
F-46.
usually used in TV shows. Basically, there's usually an A story and a B story that happen within a single episode, If you're Seinfeld, you have a C story as well because they're just that good. But there's the A story is sort of your primary story, your B story is
Clearly
sort of
this
a
guy likes
supplemental
Seinfeld,
ancillary
then.
story that sometimes can feed into it, but sometimes can be standalone. And it's just a way to kind of keep the scenes dynamic and kind of make them feel alive. So what we're trying to do is actually utilize kind of a similar thing, but stretched out over a longer period
bigger number
of time.
better, right?
And the idea being that A, it makes the universe feel bigger. So there's not just one thing happening.
But see, if that's the case, what they did, because it is the F7, right? So they just went really big numbers. So they already passed like the F500, and now they started over, which is why it's the F7. I like what this guy's talking about. He's talking about how they're going to have A story, B story. So usually you have your A story will be like the overarching plot of a TV series, and then B story will be like the things that happen episodically. There's a lot of different variations of this formula. You can have B story take up several episodes, and then A story is still the much larger plot. They can alternate. And it sounds like they're allowing themselves that kind of flexibility where there will always be something going on. And there might be little gaps where we're just with the one story while we wait for another one to kick up.
Happening that's consuming the entire universe. But also, if you're not interested in the A story, if for whatever reason it's not engaging you, you have something else that you can kind of do. So the idea is that hopefully that one of the two stories, hopefully both, but if not, one of the two stories will be fun and exciting and kind of offer a new insight to the Star Citizen universe.
And I'm sorry, David, but let me tell you reality after I take a sip. The reality is, CIG does make great story content, and I think they have a lot of potential, but I think the reality is they're going to create two great stories, and Spectrum's going to fill up with all the people that hate both of them. The majority of us are going to be probably pretty happy as long as they keep the quality up, and then Spectrum is just going to be a bunch of posts from people who, for some reason, did not like anything that they came out with.
Currently, the plan is actually that the A story, we've already started it, and is actually going to be going through September. And then the B story is a little bit smaller, but it starts basically in April and goes on. So it's a multi-month thing. So it goes on until about October. Once this A story and B story
the A story is what we started with, Save Stanton and Fight for Pyro.
B story, so we sort of bounce back and forth. So some months we'll have more B story than A story. Some other months we'll have more A story than B story.
And here's my critique about this scene. Like you guys know, I don't really do reacts. I watch it ahead of time, and then I'll usually watch it with you guys a second time. He's going to shoot this guy in the head. He's going to bean him. What he should do, though, is wait till he's done loading the cargo. Make him do the chores for you. If you kill him now, you have to load the cargo, and there's a chance that he could get back here before you're done and kill you back.
But it gives us a way to kind of.
But if you kill him once he loads the last box,
of the universe, and whether it's gameplay,
there's much less of a chance that he can get his revenge because you'll be gone.
Figure out one overarching narrative that somehow encapsulates everything.
This doesn't replace that big storyline that we talked about at CitizenCon.
No. This doesn't replace that. The 1.0 story, but it is actually kind of offering an exciting opportunity to kind of lay the groundwork for that type of storytelling in the game.
Save Stanton.
That double shot is why I love the Karna charge shot. He wasn't using a Karna though. Wasn't that an AO3?
We have a new A story that starts up and a new B story, so we sort of bounce back and forth. So some months we'll have more B.
What is he using? I thought that was an AO3, but it looks too boxy to be an AO3. Maybe the P8? No, because it's got a longer barrel. Ooh, notification.
B story than A story. Some other months will have more A story than B story, but it gives us a way to kind of, again, you know, pull in a lot of different facets of the universe, and whether it's gameplay, mission types, ships.
Doesn't sound like the Karna, because the Karna has more of a and it didn't sound like it had the charge up. Is that the P6? Okay, that's what I think. It's the P6. That was very important to establish. All right, and let's make sure there's not an update I need to install while we're watching this. That would be pretty bad, right? We get through this and then I have to make you guys sit through a... Okay, looks like we're good.
And not have to figure out one overarching narrative that somehow encapsulates everything.
This doesn't replace that.
The Carnage is pretty cool. I always like the more futuristic energy-based weapons.
The 1.0 story, yeah, but it is actually kind of offering an exciting opportunity to kind of lay the groundwork for that type of storytelling in the game.
So, if you guys are long-term viewers of the channel, there is a video I made. See how far back we need to go. Okay, so I like this new glass mouse pad that I got, but it is extremely sensitive to dust and debris. And for whatever reason, my house puts out dust and debris like it's water, like it's going out of style. So this video, talking about what we don't have, progression, I talked exactly about having an overarching story and seasonality with subplots. So if you want to take a crack at that, pretty good video, if I do say so myself. People really liked it, as you can see. And that was one of the things that I was talking about, that when they did the very next CitizenCon, it was like, oh, well, that's exactly what I said. And I don't think that it's because I swayed the developers, but if I do have a weird superpower, it seems to be saying what they're about to announce. So, you know, if you like and subscribe to this channel, you can catch the news a little early. I seem to be a prophet of Star Citizen of sorts. And that quantum travel sounds so good.
A few months, and it is all about a gang that has invaded Stanton.
And suddenly I kind of want to get a job at CIG.
It's not one of the usual suspects.
So this started in 324, where we made this narrative journey.
And then I want a job a little less.
The big story beat was that there was a new outlaw pack sort of showed up in Stanton's system and was wreaking havoc. They were known as the Slicers, and were launching basically devastating attacks against the local population.
Targeting cargo ships, stealing cargo,
she's probably married. All the people I get interested in, they tend to be married or in a committed relationship.
Stealing sensitive data that the CDF do not want them to have.
The CDF had got all of the players to come and help. After the players sort of stopped them from doing that, the Slicers had showed their power and showed what they was really about, and brought in an Idris that players had to try and reclaim off of them.
And okay, so fighting the Idris, always really cool, but I haven't felt like it's been completely justifiable as of yet, because if you think about the cost of an Idris, these would be so unimaginably expensive to keep running. How is it that these gangs are having them all the time? I mean, if you look at the world today, we've got gangs and warlords running around with AK-47s and stuff like that, but those are super cheap. It would be pretty weird if like an African warlord rolled up with an M1 Abrams tank, right? Or even closer to scale if they had a whole naval destroyer. Like, so, you know, suspension of disbelief a little bit, just because it is a game. But it would be cool to find out, like, if there's a way to stop the funding going to these folks.
Aspect of it is just sort of highlighting effectively what the problem is with Pyro, is that you have this sort of lawless haven for outlaws right next door to Stanton, and basically
there you go. There's
they
your
have the
Karna
freedom
right
to
there.
kind of come and attack when they want to.
So these people just lived in a hole and decided to come to another place and make it.
Oh yeah, Scorpius spotted
Some people
too.
just love chaos.
With 401, the player will find themselves in Pyro, ready to defend it or attack it. Depending on which one you have chosen, you'll be locked into that faction. So you can choose the Citizens for Prosperity, the Headhunters, or the Frontier Fighters.
I went for Headhunters and Frontier Fighters, and now I feel bad because I didn't actually pick any good guys like I thought I did. Put in chat what you guys picked if you did this event.
Citizens of Prosperity, you're doing more aid work. You're there to help people. You're not really doing much combat work. They're trying to make sure everyone survives this by passing out food, water, medical supplies.
They're basically like, we believe that there's good in this system, there are certainly bad elements, but you're just going to exacerbate the problem by trying to solve it with violence.
And the Headhunters are an old-time gang who've lived there for a long time. They know the land, they know the rules, and they're unhappy that these rules are being crossed.
Headhunters would want you in their group because they kick ass and they're fun to hang out with.
So they're on the offensive. They're here and they're going,
They had
you're
a
not
really
attacking
cool
at home.
skin. It
They're
was hard to
basically
pass
going to
up.
be just trying to kill the Frontier Fighters. And the Frontier Fighters want everybody dead. They're going nuclear Earth. You will be killing civilians. You will be killing Headhunters. You'll be killing Xenothreat. They don't care who. If you are in Pyro and you're not them, you're dead.
What's up the Frontier Fighters' ass?
A lot of explosives.
They're perfect for someone like the Dark Law. I don't know what that says about him.
Yeah, you do.
Generally speaking, and you know, this is strictly a medical opinion, you should avoid sticking explosives up your butt. You know, vitamins, maybe, sometimes. Medications, they exist, that go up the butt. But explosives, there's never a good reason to put those up your butt.
Yeah, I do.
Frontier Fighters is basically justice for Stanton.
They just want to live life in Stanton without being interrupted every 5 seconds. They want to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Are you being honest about the Frontier Fighters right now?
No. The Citizens for Prosperity have seemingly found something out, but they're not telling you as an operative exactly what. They are sending you to defend their data runners, and they're trying to get them out of Pyro, and they're asking you to go on the offensive now and attack the Frontier Fighters. Which isn't usual for the CFP.
I mean, it's not like the CFP is that peaceful anyways.
Now they're not.
They're still doing some sketchy stuff if you do those unverified missions. I call shenanigans again on the basis that it is never that easy to actually do an emote in game. Every time you want to do an emote, you end up having to type the command twice. But, you know, minor gripe.
And the Frontier Fighters are aware of this data that the CFP have. They have reported that they think it's to do with their attack plan on Pyro.
Yeah, they claim that it's like
So they're asking
a
their
hit list of their
operatives
friends
to take
and
out the
family.
data runners that the CFP are trying to get out. And and also destroy any CFP-controlled servers to make sure that the data is gone and lost for good.
And the headhunters?
Headhunters, again, carrying on their violent approach of sustaining their locations, reclaiming their locations. Where Frontier fighters might have set up, they will go back in and explode every material that they had.
If they spawn in.
So they can get their outpost back.
If they spawn in.
At the end of all this, you'll learn things.
You might learn a few things about the intentions of each of those factions. You might learn something more about yourself and what moral choices you decided to make.
Yeah,
and
thanks, Elliot. I feel really guilty.
Got to be clear. At the end of this chapter,
You can
this
tell
leaves
you
us
really
with
enjoyed putting
truth
this twist in
of
there.
what was really happening, and sets the stage for something more to come. The story doesn't end here.
I'll keep them occupied.
The way that this story ultimately is intending to play out, there are actually going to be real ramifications based on the group community choice.
I love how brazen that is. Pay up, get your drugs here.
Choices that are made, so that will actually
like there's
change
no
the direction of
pretending
the universe, or it can either
in
go one way
Pyro.
or it can go the other way. So we're actually going to be playing around a lot with ways that players
For
can
us.
decide how they want the universe to change. So moving forward, there's going to be a bit of a twist that comes down the road, which is going to escalate basically the situation into one of our first big events. With this, it basically allows us to plan out a bit more and actually, again, start to build a growing narrative.
Giving players more of a reason to engage and be able to talk to each other and like, hey, where did you get that item from? Oh, well, I was here when this happened, and I was here when this happened. Definable.
So have you guys noticed how many times they've used that sound effect to cover up each time Elliot drops a Nazi word? If you watch SCL, Jared gives himself one curse word. Elliot is just burning through those, so they just added a sound effect. I think it's funny.
Points in our universe's history. It adds to the universe, it adds to the story of it all, and
I don't think it's actually necessary because this isn't like FCC regulated, but that used to be a thing with TV, right?
So I'm really excited about the change.
Watch the internet.
So it's going to allow us to get more fun
Only our
content
grandparents,
in your
if they're
hands,
still
more
alive,
of it.
watch TV.
And it's going to provide a much more stable environment for us to work in, but also for you to play in as well.
Up until this point, we've actually been honing in on gameplay mechanics and more kind of under the hood stuff. We have a lot of data pads in the game to kind of do the heavy lifting for storytelling now.
Yeah, TV,
this
what's
is allowing
that?
us to kind of push on those other
Is that
facets
one of those
as a way to
moving
kind
picture boxes?
Kind of be higher impact storytelling techniques.
So with a patch almost every month.
Also, the Nova tank right now is broken, so that's another case of shenanigans right there. I don't think you can actually drive it.
This year, building the narratives of the Stanton and Pyro systems with new content less reliant on big feature work, and packed between as many bug fixes and refinements as we can manage, we aim to deliver a progressive series of improvements in storytelling that will change life in the verse for the better throughout 2025. Oh, and last month, we launched a new bi-monthly Squadron 42 newsletter with exclusive video content, ringtones, wallpapers, and even merch. If you missed it, you can go to the Squadron 42 or account settings sections of the RSI website to opt in and not miss out on the next exclusive offerings.
Okay, wait.
Or don't. So last month, we launched a new bi-monthly Squadron 42 newsletter with exclusive video content, ringtones, wallpapers, and even merch. If you missed it, you can go to the Squadron 42 or account settings sections of the RSI website to opt in and not miss out on the next exclusive offerings. Or don't. I don't get any commission or anything. I just thought the stickers were neat. For Inside Star Citizen.
All right, what are they trying to sell us? Let's take a look. Do we get anything out of that for free? Okay, I'm gonna do this off screen for a minute, just in case I show anything incriminating. I don't need this open anymore. The print is started, by the way, so that did eventually finish up. So you said go to settings. Right, he did say go to settings.
I'm Jared Huckabee. Even merch letter. Oh, and last month we launched a new bi-monthly Squadron 42 newsletter with exclusive video content, ringtones, wallpapers, and even merch. If you missed it, you can go to the Squadron 42 or account settings sections of the RSI website.
Okay, I'm scrolling through the Squadron 42. Is it this enlist now? Oh. Okay. So that's not bad. You just go here and then you click enlist, and then Superman tells you, "Thank you. Stay tuned for the latest updates on Squadron 42, including development news and pre-orders." Is there collision warnings? I mean, well, haven't they always been there? Those look pretty neat. Yeah, I think those have always been there, though. Okay. I'll be right back. I've been drinking all of this, so I need to pee. Right back. All right, thanks, Morris. Thanks for hanging out. Don't worry, I washed my hands the full 20 seconds too. Got to put my sweaty gamer glove on. You guys didn't know this, but I'm actually one of the top 5% of players in Path of Exile 2. So it makes sense for me to have sweaty gamer accessories. Don't ask me to do a stream though. I'm never gonna stream that game. That's just our little secret. You had to be one of the 4 people here in chat right now to find out that I'm top 5% in Path of Exile. I'm even better than Elon. Oh, gotta check the sticks, make sure those are both on so you don't have any issues. Just went into a landing pad at Ruin, and Oh, like stuff that wasn't supposed to be in the hangar, but it just is there. That's a nice little surprise. Man, you know, I was walking around my house the other day and I smacked the back of my hand against a doorknob, and I must have seriously bruised it, because like if I stroke the back of my hand now, it, like right there, ooh, it hurts. Should probably stop poking at it. It says there's 35 people on this server. These missions are going to be tough. Server performance is going to be amazing. Oh, I gotta send off a text real quick. Give me just a second. Okay, I believe I'm at Obituary. Yeah. And if you guys weren't here for the last stream, I got myself a number of goodies. I can't remember if I got these on stream or not. It might have been after I cut the feed. But I did a mission where... No, this was on stream. I remember for sure now. Someone had left their ship there. And it had all these goodies in it. And they even were kind enough to leave a container for me. So I was able to fill up that container and get all kinds of stuff brought back to Obituary. Except now I'm worried that the container might be bugged and I might never actually be able to access them. That's Star Citizen for you though, right? And then I think I just bugged the inventory. Fantastic. Okay, I'm gonna exit to menu and then rejoin in a US server. If I have a better connection, it might work better. All right. Nothing's super urgent. Nothing in Star Citizen is. It takes time anyways. Oh, I'm gonna hop into a Discord channel. Make this easier on all of us. There we go. Heyo, Wills, how you doing? Oh, Discord's not working. Let me fix that. Oh, it's taking the input through. What? Discord? Why? All right, now can you hear me? Okay. Man, Discord, the way it handles audio devices, absolutely infuriating. I can hear you. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. All right, let's see. All right, give me another mic check. All right, let's try that again.
Hello. Yeah, I can hear myself now.
All right, cool. I just had a setting wrong.
Yeah, that's it. I should play microphone towards myself. Wait, I'm on AirPod.
Jeez.
This is like who's better on computer.
Okay, lesson learned. Don't try to open the box. The box is cursed. I'm gonna rinse this one more time. That box has so many cool things in it, but I guess I'm not allowed to use them.
I guess not.
I ended up finding a scorched AO3 C54, like a scorched C54 as well, and then I also got a bullseye S71, 8 scorched compensators, and a scorched optic, all in a purple box at one of the asteroids. It's pretty sweet. And most of that is in that box.
I don't trust the boxes at all.
Well, it was convenient at the time because then it meant that I could take everything and not have to make multiple trips back to my ship to empty my backpack. But yeah, it's a little borked now.
I'd honestly always trust more trips to my ship over the box.
Yeah, I think I've got one more method to try and get all those things out of the box. I'm gonna take it up the up the elevator. Okay, all right. So that fixed my inventory.
Oh wait, I know what I can do. I can just bedlog and then switch servers there.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just try and head towards Obituary if it will actually let me warp. Okay, it finally lets me warp.
What is going on with the chat in game? I caught snippets of the conversation. It looks like someone was using some foul language, and so now they're just spamming spaces to keep one guy out.
It always seems to be a gamble to whether or not global chat is on some drugs or not.
Yeah.
Cancel my route to Obituary since it bugged out. I'm just gonna bedlog halfway through.
Yeah, in theory that should work, but that might be risky. I'm not sure.
I mean, I wouldn't lose too much. I already deposited all the weapons I found, and all I have is just like some armor worth like maybe 20k credits.
Okay. It's up to you. I just worry it might send you back to where you came from.
Yeah.
You're not talking about doing it like while in Quantum though, right?
No, of course not. I'm going to stop Quantum.
Okay.
Bedlog.
All right, that should be fine then.
Bedlog while in Quantum.
I mean, don't say never. At some point it should work.
True, at some point it will work in maybe 5 years. This is Star Citizen we're talking about.
True.
For a minor quality of life change, it takes 5 years.
Well, I mean, we might be getting tons of quality of life changes this year. This could be our miracle year, Wills.
But the best quality of life is the galaxy. But we don't seem to be getting that soon.
No, that's never coming out. I've gotten used to it. They've hurt me before. I won't let them hurt me again. I won't get my hopes up.
They already gave us one Dorito. Now they just need to deliver the second Dorito.
Yeah. You know, it's funny, at the clinic I work at, one of the ladies brought a box of Doritos minis for Valentine's Day. And it just made me think again about all the various sizes of Doritos I own in this game. My Scorpius is my Doritos minis. My Galaxy would be like the one chip. You know, that big one that comes in its own box.
Oh God.
And then the let's see, the Zeus is my standard Dorito.
What about the Polaris?
I don't think Doritos makes a size that fits the Polaris. That's like twice the length of the Galaxy, if I remember right.
Yeah, I've seen a Polaris, and like I landed a Super Hornet on top of its hangar bay, and it's like, what the heck? How does that fit? How would that ship fit inside of that? So why does it fit?
It is a big boy.
Yeah.
All right, cool. My ship is bugged. We are off to a fantastic start. Yeah. Can I get to a hangar?
Well, I mean, as long as the elevators work, I can just land at a pad and then you can come in.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can extract the goods from that crate, though.
Oh, yeah, huh.
That's my current mission.
Oh, yeah. That would be very useful if that works.
It's not moving.
Or like even if oh no, I got properly bedlogged. So I'm actually in my ship now.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna head to our obituary now.
Oh, it looks like it actually spawned my ship this time. That's a positive.
Let's go.
I can see it on screen. Let's try different elevator.
I just spent an entire F9 mag, I think it is.
FS9?
Yeah, FS9 on my Connie door. Did not break the Connie door. Usually does. Simply trying to break it for quality of life.
Zell says, I need an elevator technician. Same, man. Alright, well, you guys are just going to have to trust me. I've got some really cool stuff in that box.
You had some really cool stuff in that box.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. It's still there. I just can't get to it.
Okay, yeah, I'm turning off game chats. That's actually cursed. I looked at it for a second and just immediate cursing out of another player.
Yeah, it's like watching a Twitch chat right now. It's just nonstop.
It's either very helpful for global chat or it's just, why am I seeing this? Global chat.
Yep. Yeah, there's really no in between.
There really is not.
Oh, and when I was doing those missions, I also snagged myself a few Demicos, so I got a bunch of mags for those. And I took the Galderines off my rented Constellation, and it actually let me keep them.
Yeah, I'm about like 14 GM away from obituary now.
Okay.
I'm just gonna land at a pad if I can find it. The pads are so hard to find at times.
Yeah. They're not exactly designing these stations with ease of use in mind.
Yeah. Like the ruin station pads are underneath the donut hole. Like, why is it there?
Yeah, I didn't know that there were pads, so this is news to me.
It seems like almost every station has some pads, but you've got to spend your time trying to find it.
Yeah, true. Because, like, even, I want to say Port Olisar, but I know it's not Port Olisar. Seraphim. Yeah, Seraphim has pads.
Yeah. As far as I know, like, almost every single one of them has pads.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Why am I almost 100 km out? Why did Quantum put me this far out?
Just does that sometimes, man.
I know traveling at 1,000 km a second won't take that long, but that's so weird.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna be right back while you're coming in for landing. I am gonna go grab me some ibuprofen. My shoulder's freezing up.
Oh no. $30 km out, so now I slightly need to slow down. Since gravity here is annoying to deal with. I should probably exit out of nav mode, that would be helpful.
What you guys are thinking, but I don't have a drug problem. Drugs have a me problem.
Oh yeah, I kind of hate the gravity in Pyro.
The gravity in Pyro?
Yeah, the ship gravity. Like at times, it takes like 5 times as long to like slow down as it would in Stanton.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's so weird for me.
I haven't noticed anything like that, but maybe I'm not paying attention.
Yeah. Well, it's probably because I'm always flying at max speed.
Well, yeah, the devs would tell you that you're not supposed to be doing that, Wills.
But I like going fast.
Like Sam Witwicky in Transformers. You like to go fast?
No, I have a need for speed.
There you go, Top Gun, even better. Man, Top Gun Maverick, talk about a standout, amazing movie.
Yeah, I'm at pad 2 now.
Okay, I will try to see if it will go to you. Ooh. It's selected.
I have a helmet on and good.
Yes.
Yeah, I find pads to be a lot more convenient for getting other players.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because just like that, we're already on our way.
Yeah. Wait,
All right.
you should probably pilot it.
You sure?
Yeah, like you have the location of the beacon, right?
Yes.
Well, at least you could start the quantum too there.
Okay. Well, it'll let me share it to you now.
Oh, it actually will do it now? Let's
Yeah.
go. Finally.
Yeah, because now that we know that the slicers are the frontier fighters, the gig is up.
And off we go. Now just don't hit anything on the way out. We're blasting off again. Come on. Get out of the way, thing. There we go.
Oh man. Time.
What happened?
I think my inputs are mixed up again.
Uh-huh. Oh no. Want me to swap 10 GM out so you could fix it?
No, you can keep going.
Yeah. But it would probably still be fine even if Gunner lost. Because Connie bias.
Okay, can you Oh, we're in quantum now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not showing me the animation, so I thought we were still chilling. I might have gotten it fixed, but I won't know for sure until we pop out.
Exit out of quantum. Yeah, I'm out of quantum now.
Okay, so I've got that stick configured right. Oh, I typed it wrong. That's why it wasn't working.
Good, no bots yet again.
Fix this for me, please, CIG, if anyone's watching.
I need to figure out how to make my own stick work, because like I don't know how they even connect at all.
Okay, I did. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Shoot.
How hot is my computer? 69 degrees Celsius isn't too bad.
Nice.
Probably because I have a fan going directly at it and the extra fan power on. I'll start quantum back up now.
All right, I broke it more. I hate this so much.
But yeah, the quantum animation for other people is weird.
Yeah. Okay, I think maybe I've got it now.
Well, we're 1 GM out.
Yep, so we'll find out soon enough.
Yep. In like about 5 seconds. Hopefully. So I should probably close Clash of Clans now, huh?
Probably. Yeah, you're not going to want to... Okay, second joystick is working. Okay, alright. I think we're good.
Yeah. Shields would be nice, right?
Shields would be good. That's what the Connie has in spades.
Especially the Taurus for that one extra Connie energy
Yeah.
bar. Sir, what are you?
Oh, there he is. There's a Gladius. What is that? It doesn't give me the angle marker. That's kind of dumb.
I'm only getting this F. Oh, there we go. There we go. Finally got it. Opening up with missiles? Why don't we?
We've got plenty because it's a Connie.
We've got like about 20 more. So, who's the ones that want to get deleted first? You, sir. Okay. You're in favor of getting targeted first? Got it.
This new targeting UI is pretty neat.
So weird seeing extra bullet trails.
Yeah.
I'm so used to just seeing 4.
Come on, die.
But also the desync with all the enemies is weird at times.
Yeah. Just makes this another another really good reason to be in a Connie with it being super chunky.
Yeah. Okay, Chip, you should be dead already. What the heck?
Yeah, he's cherry red.
Missile, go get him. Missile, you're not supposed to miss.
Okay, there we go. He's dead. Who's next?
Pisces, okay. Pisces
Okay,
down.
that was much better.
Missile from where? Not like the missiles actually matter.
Okay, so as long as we keep them within effective range, the turret's actually doing pretty good. But effective range is like less than a kilometer out. They got to be like real close. Okay. Aurora behind.
Wonder why they would even think of bringing an Aurora to this. It's like bringing a mouse to a gunfight.
I decide you don't get to live. Yeah, well, I guess presumably it's because they're strapped for cash now, right? Because we're kicking them out. But there we go. That's an easy one done.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's another one.
Okie dokie. No, where are you? Oh. What part of the ship is damaged? What is that? Seems like a little bit of where the Merlin would be is damaged.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That back part is slightly red.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I don't see any visible damage, but it might not be enough to register.
Yeah. Like it's just barely red. I should probably spend like my 1 mil on upgrades for my Connie, but like stock is doing good for me so well, or so far.
Yeah, I mean, the Galderines are pretty much the meta right now. So you'd probably want to leave those. Maybe a faster quantum drive. I don't know what it comes with by default.
Yeah, but I was honestly thinking of trying to figure out where to buy other size 5 guns.
Yeah, you have to go to Stanton for all that.
Yeah, so far the highest I've found is just size 4s.
Yeah, Pyro is pretty limited for the size 5s.
Yeah. One GM out.
Okay. It's nice of them to make themselves immediately known.
Yeah, right? So that I can just open up with a missile. And then missile go haywire.
Yeah, there you go. Who needs effective missiles? You need to pay for the DLC for that.
Apparently that ram ship does. Because God, did it get close. I really hate the really flat ships.
Yeah, they don't give you a good cross section.
I guess that's their entire existence.
Yeah, it's kind of the point. It does make him a bit of a pain to kill. And that one's an eclipse too, so it's just like going in and out of our scanning range.
What the fuck? We got rammed, apparently.
It's okay, we are still flying half a ship.
We have all our engines, so that's all that matters. As long as we have engines, we can fly.
Who's next? Come on. That's a herald?
Why is that thing here?
Okay. Now there's still...
Let's go them.
I think it's this husk of a Eclipse. He's still flying around. There we go. I got him.
Sir. Thank you for the pretty light show. What is this? Why can I scan this? What are you, sir?
So, I mean, these are basically just wash, rinse, repeat, and make 90K each time. It's not like a totally broken amount of money, but
Yeah,
it
not really.
still pays pretty good.
So this is like half a Hornet. Well, it was.
Oh, sorry. Were you trying to take a look at it?
Maybe.
I decided I didn't want to let that happen, I guess.
I guess so.
I just saw something in shooting range and my primal instincts kicked in.
I had I was out in a MRSA on a planet once. Polaris showed up and just shot all my wheels off.
Nice.
Was very fun, trust.
Yeah, I don't know if this happened on stream or not, or if this was when I was off, but I was trying to do a ground-based mission, and a Polaris lands nearby. This guy gets out of it, drives over in his Nursa, and starts shooting at me. I had my Drake Cutter with me on the roof of this building. I had moved when I saw that the Polaris landed so that I'd be in a better position. So he starts shooting at me and I take him out in my little Pisces. Oh, that's right. Was it a Pisces or was it the Cutter? Whatever it was. I mean, he didn't really have a chance taking out a ship with just the turret of a Nursa. But then I went to loot his body and he was wearing his subscriber Artemex set. So
Oh no.
snagged me some armor.
Thank you for the Artemex donation, I guess.
Yeah.
God, why can't that happen to me? I just had my own second Artemex set get robbed.
Yeah, no, I think wearing Artemex is a good way to ensure that you die.
Pretty much, yeah. In the most unfair way possible.
Yeah, every time I put on the Artemex, it's basically I'm going to die that session somehow.
But it's just like, how gruesome will my death be?
Yeah. The game just decides to punish you for being edgy with your fashion choice.
Literally says, "You want to look cool? No, too bad, too sad. You get to wear this clunky military armor."
Yep.
You want to look cool? No, get Master Chief armor. Deal with it.
I mean, if they had Master Chief armor, I wouldn't be that upset.
Yeah, but like the one I'm currently wearing is almost Master Chief armor.
Yeah, I think it would look so much better if they would just get rid of the see-through visor on a lot of the helmets.
Yes, this one that I'm wearing right now would look so much better without see-through.
Yeah. And if they did go the extra mile and give it that metallic orange or something similar, it would be fantastic.
About 6G amount.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, 50% quantum field? Okay. It's only been like about 150 GM.
My headphones just cut out. I think it's back now.
Cross Stanton.
Can you still hear me in Discord?
You broke off for a second, but I can hear you now.
Okay, all right. Yeah, my headphones just did a disconnect. I don't think they could be dead. I haven't used them a whole lot since I last charged them.
That's an asteroid. Please stop being behind the asteroid. So that I can shoot a missile at you. And you just go kaboom.
It seems like there's a little bit of desync when we get to these locations at first, and then once that kind of clears up, then the turret gets pretty nice.
Please go boom. You didn't go boom, you dumb ship. You went boom, thank you. Like so far, the only thing that I found that I can't deal with in a Connie is a Idris mission.
Yeah, that it gets the power creep gets a little high with the Idris.
Yeah, the Idris, it seems like you need a Polaris for it.
Well, the last event featuring an Idris did come out at the same time as the Polaris.
I guess. Yeah.
I think they might have artificially inflated the numbers temporarily to give the Polaris a reason to exist. Give it something that it can kill that most other ships can't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the capital ship destroyer probably does something to it, right?
Yeah. It just seemed like, and maybe my memory is just imperfect, but it just seemed like compared to previous experiences trying to kill Idrises, it just felt so chunky.
Enemy, sirs, where are you? There you are.
There's an M50 here.
Sir, please delete yourself now. Thank you.
There we go.
I want to see you go boom. Boom.
Oh, I was gonna try and scan it. All right. I do not have another mission. Might take a minute for how. Let's see. Where are we?
Somewhere.
Are we out past Terminus? Oh no, we're still on like the inner rings. Sometimes you don't get missions if you're too far out from the center. But we might want to try heading towards Monox and see if that gets mission spawning again.
Boom. Wipe out Frontier Fighters?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you get one?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that was the one. Accepted. Nope, apparently I didn't accept the right one.
Oh, does it not let you share it?
No, I just didn't get a single thing for it. Apparently, I hit the accept button, but it said no, you did not.
Okay.
Hit the accept button. Did you get the
Yep.
share? Okay. What are you? Sir, you're 5 kilometers out. Take a missile. Okay, so apparently it's wants me to quantum right into an asteroid. No, thank you. I'd very much prefer to not quantum to an asteroid.
I mean, how brave are you, Wills?
I've had a quantum, and then it goes directly into Orison. So I lost all my crap.
Did we just go through that asteroid, though?
No. I set a warp point for a different area.
Oh, from my perspective, we just tanked that asteroid.
Oh, no.
I mean, I'm not dead. It was probably just a visual thing.
Sir, let me select you. Fine, I'll select the one right next to it. Off we go.
Okay, I'm going to try and move the port that my headphones are plugged into. I'm getting a little bit of static. I think it might be picking up some interference. If moving that to the front of the PC does anything to help.
Yeah. Gonna wait for them to cool down and then we can teleport to the location. Or we can quantum to the next location.
Okay. Looks like our top right engine has taken a little bit of damage. It's putting out some sparks.
Well, on the ship diagram hull, it's not.
Yeah, it's probably minimal because it doesn't look bad. It's just spitting sparks a little bit.
Oh my god, I went to that 2GM one, didn't I? Oh, well, 1.4 million miles away? Or million meters? Not
Yeah.
too bad. We would only be flying for 30 minutes. Neutralize target, neutralize target. Neutralize a vulture? Okay.
Yeah, are they just throwing everything in the kitchen sink into their cadre of ships now?
Why don't we delete the vulture first? As long as it doesn't try to ram us, that is.
Well, these slicers, they do fight dirty.
But at least it's better than getting rammed by another Connie. Oh my, we have no shields. Our shield generator was deleted.
Oh,
That's not
really?
good. Yeah.
That's it's not ideal.
Very much not ideal.
All right, you know what? I think we can still save this. They will shoot at each other if we can board them.
Oh wait, there's shoot up there.
How far? Let's see. If they hold still, that's the key. These guys
There's
are.
one out here. I'm gonna go for this one over here.
Okay, I'm heading towards Burt Van Allen.
Oh yeah, that's the one I'm heading toward too.
Okay, I'll pick a different one. Here we go, Rusty, coming for you.
But very nice of them to actually show us the actual enemies.
Yeah. Please stop moving, Rusty. I want to, I would very much like to kill you.
I would like to board your vessel.
Yeah. I've managed to do this around the asteroid bases so many times. But it might not work because these guys are moving just a little bit. Yeah. They don't stop. We're SOL.
Did not notice that the shield generator was dead until it was too late.
Well, I think the other option is one of us can do the fast teleport.
Known as log out.
Yeah. I'm gonna give that a shot.
Okay.
Warning, you are in combat. If you exit now, your avatar will remain in-game for a time.
Then it's not a fast teleport. It will just log you back in the same spot, I think.
Yeah. I'll test it. We'll find out.
I think the one that I decided to go for was like quite a ways out. So I'm still traveling.
Well, I think you only move at like 1 meter per second in EVA too, so it takes a minute just anyways.
Come here, come closer, you yellow dots. I need to board your vessel. Oh, now you're 3 dots? Okay.
I made the game mad. It doesn't want to log me in now.
Oh no.
It knew I was trying to game the system.
If only I'd noticed that the shields were just non-existent sooner.
All good.
Like, it's so weird whenever the shields just get deleted. Yeah, it shows your avatar's still there. Good gosh, I traveled 2 kilometers. Sir, please come closer. I need to board you.
Anytime game.
Think that it would only do that when your character is no longer there, I think.
Well, no, I don't think it has to do with that, because I've seen it work otherwise. They talked about this on one of the SCLs, the one where Benoit was on for a long time. Something about Pyro just creates a lot of issues for the login, and they're still working on it.
Yes, you small daughter are becoming larger. Yes.
You're almost there, Wills. You can do it.
Oh, I've got a quick menu. Let's go. I got a quick to menu option.
Oh.
Never mind. I don't have a single option to log back in. I guess I'm closing the game. The button that's supposed to be there? It's not there.
Not there. I feel like if I exit, then I'm going to see it log into the mission the moment I quit. Maybe it is waiting for
Yeah.
for my character to despawn, because it says ending mission for player.
I guess I should have just backspaced.
Oh. I'm back. But my mouse isn't working?
That's not good.
And my character is T-posing.
Oh, yay. We love T-posing. Let me see if... Can I...
I think we got a bot in chat, Wills.
Yep. No, no.
Get him.
Yeah, that's... That's more of like a commissioner than a bot. But they can do the same thing.
Okay, I'm gonna try restart the game.
Yeah, that person was more of a commissioner over bots, but like basically the same thing.
Yeah. Just seems like if I did add that person on Discord and sent him a message, they're gonna ask me to send them a bunch of gift cards in the mail, or tell them the codes over the phone.
So the people that ask about my car's extended warranty.
Yeah, yeah, same kind of folks. Just scammers. I get quite a lot of emails in that vein too. It's really, really annoying.
It's extra annoying when you even know what they're trying to scam you about.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it made me do the character customization? What the?
Oh my god, is it actually making me create a character again?
Yeah, I had the same thing.
If it's making me do that...
I don't think it's letting me advance past that.
Yeah, it's not letting me advance past that either.
Well,
I guess that's...
a response was never received from the host. Never seen that before. I guess good footage for the issue council.
I guess so. A response was never received from the host, yeah.
Try restarting one more time.
That's... I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Star Citizen, it keeps you on your toes. You always find a new bug.
I mean, if you have access to the issue council, you use it. But you don't abuse it like some people do.
Yeah.
For very minor bugs. Like elevators not working.
Well, and people are just creating duplicates and marking others as duplicates. Like, there's a lot of garbage in.
Seems kind of like social media where everyone wants their own thing to be seen and not others.
Yeah. And in this case, it's actually disadvantageous to be doing that.
Yeah, it's very harmful to the game. Well, let me see if Arena Commander works. And that's me in Arena Commander.
Yeah, that's true. We could try that. Whoa. Oh. Oh, this is cute. They gave it a little, Alright, my FPS loadout menu is scuffed. Now, let's just run it. Does this have us in the same party? Is that why it hasn't started yet?
We are still in the same party, yeah.
Did you click ready up?
Yeah, I have ready up. Yeah, I'm on ready.
Okay, what is going on? Do you are you able to select game option.
I set you to the party.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. You know what? It shows wards are disabled in offline and custom mode.
But I can't go back now.
Same. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is super scuffed then.
I guess Star Citizen is telling us no more Star Citizen tonight. They better give me back my Artemex armor then.
No can do. So, well, I mean, technically, our avatars are still out there, right? I saw mine for a brief moment T-posing in the middle of space.
Yeah.
So, could be out there. But
wait 15 minutes for them to fully despawn. 15-20.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to call it quits for tonight, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to go check on the G502 print that's going on. But hey, if you are watching this after the fact and you like what you saw, be sure to like and subscribe so you can see more of my struggles in Star Citizen. And channel members, Orbital Bombardiers and up, get a special mention in each and every stream that I do. Special shout out to John Best and the Prime for supporting at that level. And it helps me make more exclusive content for the channel. So thank you very much for your support. And until next time, this is Odd Job Entertainment, signing off.